Good evening and welcome to the Board of Education meeting for June 25th, 2024. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Do we have any changes to the agenda, Dr. Castro, before we adopt it?
Yes, Dr. Dannenberg, we do. Staff would request that we move conference item 15B3 to take place before action item 14B1.
Okay. Anything else?
No, thank you.
I'll entertain a motion from the board to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Do we have any public comments for closed session?
We do not.
Okay. And we'll be moving into closed session to discuss public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B, public employee dismissal, discipline release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B, and public employment performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957B. With that, I'll take a motion to move to closed session.
So moved.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay. We're adjourned to closed session. Good evening and welcome to the board meeting for June 25th, 2024. Would you all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready? Begin. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Ms. Stamm.
Thank you. President Dr. Jerry Dannenberg.
Here.
Vice President Calvin Peterson.
Here.
Trustee James Forsythe.
Here.
Trustee Alicia Lavier is absent from regular or open session. Trustee Sabrina Rodriguez.
Here.
And Superintendent Dr. Antonio Castro.
Here.
Thank you.
Report of the action taken during closed session this evening. Tonight, the board took action to employ a few people. The first is to appoint Anthony Ramos as our legal counsel. And that was a motion by Mr. Rodriguez and seconded by Mr. Peterson. And it was all five of us voted in the affirmative. We also move forward to employ Dr. Lars Nygren as principal of Cabrillo Middle School. Mr. Forsythe made the motion. Mr. Peterson seconded it, and again, all five of us were in agreement on that one. And then we also took the action to employ Clara Ortiz as principal of Data Middle School. And the motion was made by Mrs. Rodriguez and seconded by Mr. Forsythe. And again, all five of us approved those recommendations of the superintendent. So congratulations to our new employees. On to the superintendent's report. Dr.
He
I'll get
might,
Dr.
he might be
Castro.
a doctor.
Jurisprudence,
got
he's got a Juris Doctorate.
Yeah, he's got it.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. I'm going to hand this over to Gina for our introductions of our one new and one not so new.
Good evening, board. It gives me great pleasure to reintroduce one of our current employees in her new role. Over the past 2 years, Principal Johnson has increased student enrollment at Cabrillo by over 100 students. She's worked with staff, students, and her community to gather feedback, to identify needs, collaborate to reach solutions, including creating an accelerated math pathway for fall of 2024 and additional elective offerings. In addition, she's created a master schedule committee, a discipline task force to address the academic, behavioral, and social emotional needs through processes with various stakeholders. Her experience, dedication, and work ethic will assist her in leading Foothill as the principal. In addition, she demonstrates a creative and inclusive leadership style that fosters collaboration, innovation, and continuous improvement to foster a culture necessary for students to thrive and excel academically, socially, and emotionally. She establishes enriched and affirming learning environments where staff and students feel valued, supported, and challenged to reach their full potential. We are very pleased to welcome Ms. Johnson into this new role as Foothill Principal.
Thank you so much, Gina. Dr. Castro, Principal Dannenberg, members of the board, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to join the great community at Foothill. I have to also thank Principal Gibbs for all of the great work he's done over the last 4 years and for helping me make the transition from Cabrillo, which was also a fantastic opportunity, so thank you for that, to Foothill. I've been able to meet with a few of the staff members that make the magic happen, and in doing so, I've just been more excited because I want to support the work that they're already doing in the incredible programs that provide so many amazing opportunities for our students. I have to share that my only hesitation in applying to Foothill, because high school is where I came from and it's what I love, is my husband. He is extremely supportive, patient, and all around awesome, Derek. But I have to say, when I went home one evening and I said, what do you think about high school? I expected him to immediately recoil, and he, to my surprise, did not. He was extremely chill. And instead, he started researching the school, and I would maybe use the word enthusiastic to say, wow, this is a really great school. And what that does is speak to the excellency that is Foothill. So I do not take this opportunity lightly. I realize the immense honor it is to be at that place. So just thank you so much. I'm so happy to be in Ventura and continue my role in a different position. I will miss Cabrillo. And this is my daughter, Piper. She's 3.5. She roared at everyone earlier. Don't call security. Thank you so much.
Well, congratulations, and we're appreciative that you're willing to take on this new challenge. So thank you, and I want to thank your husband and your daughter for sharing you with us so that we can do that. Any other comments from the board? Ms. Rodriguez?
Yeah, just so excited to see you take this next step. It's been amazing having you at Cabrillo, and I know your staff there will miss you because they've really appreciated your presence there and the work you've done. But I look forward to seeing what you're going to do at Foothill, and if we can be helpful, let us know.
Thank you.
I agree. Congratulations, and thank you for filling in there. That's, it's a great school, as you know. You've done amazing work at Cabrillo, so we're really excited that you're filling in this position. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, same here. We really appreciate your work at Cabrillo. We'll know you'll take that same standard to Foothill and excel. So thank you so much.
Thank you so
Again,
much.
congratulations, and thank you.
Thank you.
Now it gives me great pleasure to introduce the new principal at Portola Elementary School, Ms. Laura Kubler. She has over 30 years of service as an elementary educator, teacher on special assignment, district mentor, intervention and reading specialist, and an assistant principal. She began her career as a kindergarten teacher in Pasadena Unified in 1995. She also holds a music credential and a reading specialist certificate. She is a highly committed leader who is competent, communicative, efficient, and effective. Her interpersonal skills make her a vital member of any team. She takes great pride in ensuring that all staff members are well informed and up to date on curriculum and instructional matters, as well as school management issues. She is a problem solver. She uses an analysis of data, existing conditions, and anticipation of future goals to suggest solutions that address the needs of today's realities while considering tomorrow's challenges. She collaborates with all staff and school community members. Her approach to discipline focuses on conflict resolution strategies that create positive behavior changes. We believe that she's going to make an excellent addition to the already highly effective team at Portola. Welcome, Ms. Laura Kubler.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Castro and everyone in the front. I'm still going to be learning everybody's names, so please forgive me. But I just wanted to say thank you for this opportunity to join the team at Portola. I'm very excited. As I researched the school, it just seemed to be a perfect fit, and it turned a very negative thing that was happening into my life into a beautiful and positive new beginning. So I'm really excited to be here at Ventura Unified School District. I'm very happy with everyone that I've met and the organization. I'm very impressed. And again, I can't wait to start with Portola and continue the great things that they've been doing already. And there's always more I can do. That's their motto, and that's the angle that I'm coming into Portola with in joining their team. So thank you.
Did you bring anybody with you that you'd like to introduce to us?
I brought my children, who are all very thrilled to be here. But honestly, they are my support. Without them, my house would be in disarray and just unorganized. So I'm very blessed to have them.
Well, I want to thank them for sharing you with us, and I know how it goes. When I was an elementary principal years ago, my kids always helped me, and it never ends. So,
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Just welcome to Ventura Unified. We're excited to have you. And Portola is a very special place, and I'm sure that they're going to welcome you with open arms. So thank you.
Yeah, they say that kindergarten teachers make the best principals. So we're very fortunate to have you. Thank you.
Thank you. Who says that?
I always liked Gina's introduction because you guys sound like prize fighters getting ready to come into the ring. They're like, they're new, the WBO, and she was there. So welcome, and thank you for being here.
Dr. Castro?
I'll just say, Laura, thank you. In the information that Gina read, but also what we learned about you, your commitment to systems is also remarkable, but to us, what it conveys is that belief system that everyone can achieve, but we have to organize ourselves around what they're capable of. And Courtney, I'll just add, thank you for rekindling your passion for high school. We know that that's where you came from, where you initially cultivated your leadership, but it's really amazing to have you at another school in our district. Thank you for stepping up.
Congratulations to both you ladies.
Thank you.
Moving on to correspondence. Do we have any correspondence, Dr. Castro?
Yes, we do, Dr. Dannenberg. The district received some correspondence from Assemblymember Steve Bennett's office. It notes that Ventura was noted by Educational Results Partnership as an honor roll. There's a lot of information here to be gleaned. It's a really positive thing. We are not yet making as big of a deal of it yet because we want to understand the methodology. The webinars haven't yet been shared. Our staff is aware of that. But in general, regardless of what the criteria was, Ventura was unique in that we had the most schools identified in the county by this entity. So more to come in the future.
Okay. Any questions by the board? Any other correspondence? Okay. We'll move on to public comments. Do we have any public comments this evening?
Yes, we do. We have one public comment that will be split into two. The first is for this particular time, and that is Miss Ashley Pope. You will have 3 minutes, and please remember our civility statement that 2.5 minutes for each. And please remember the civility statement that we have, and that we have students that are in attendance tonight. Just give me 1 second to set this up.
I am. All right. Good evening, board members and district staff. My name is Ashley Pope, and I am the parent of a child with autism who just finished 5th grade at Elmhurst Elementary School and is now a student at VCO East Triton. From the day my son turned 3 years old and up until 2 weeks ago, he was in a special day class for students with moderate to severe disabilities within VUSD. I was here on May 11th because I had learned that the long overdue adaptive playground and much needed air conditioning at Elmhurst to be funded through Measure E bonds had been postponed despite both projects being labeled critical priorities and despite there being at least one child at Elmhurst in a wheelchair who does not have access to play with his peers. I'm here to follow up on this item. Over the last couple weeks, I learned that the solar project's best placement is in the exact location that Elmhurst's current playground is located. The district's plan is to remove the playground over the summer and replace it with the solar panels, despite not having plans approved for a new playground. I can assure you that the taxpayers did not think we would be removing playgrounds without prompt replacement to accommodate solar projects when they voted in Measure E. As inaccessible as the current Elmhurst playground is, no playground is even worse. I understand that there are circumstances that may require a district to make a decision to remove a playground before having a replacement in the works, but a huge solar project is not one of them. Since the district has the power to rush removing the playground to accommodate the solar project, I hope it will use the same power to rush a new accessible playground for our students. I ask that you not remove the current playground until you're ready to replace it with the new, inclusive by design playground that your most vulnerable students deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other public comments at this time?
We do not.
Okay.
The next will be for item 15B3.
Okay. Moving on to action items. Educational services, adoption of the K-12 school plans for student achievement, the SIPSIS, for the 24-25 school year.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. board, this was brought to the board at the last board meeting. So this is up for action. Again, these are the yearly single plans for student achievement that we have moved forward in the year, that we will continue to move forward. So for next year's plans, we'll be seeing these in probably the January, February window so that we can allow for the most authentic creation of these plans at sites, all in the proper cycle for hiring and for staffing and for our business services modeling of budgets for the future years. So we're excited about these plans, but again, the timing will be even better next year. Thank you.
Any questions by the board? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the plans.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay. Consideration of supplemental textbooks eligible for fast track consideration by the Supplemental Textbook Recommendation Committee. Dr. Bayless?
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. These two are textbooks, 4 courses, specifically AP courses that are used for the classes, the analogous classes at the college level, and so they are on the course and catalog listing for Ventura College, and so that's why they are eligible for fast track, and we've had these available for public viewing, and so we're pleased to bring these for recommendation for adoption.
Any questions by members of the board?
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay. Approval of Ventura County Office of Education VCOE Plan for Expelled Students Triennial Update, June 24 to 27. And this is a first read. This is the plan that we have to have every year to work for with our expelled students. It's the agreement between us and the county and all school districts in the county. So, Dr. Bayless, are you taking this one?
Yeah, no, I'll actually introduce Maria Lisa Ras to outline this agreement.
Okay. Good evening, Board. Tonight we bring forth the triennial update of the Ventura County Plan for Expelled Students. California Education Code requires county superintendents and the superintendents from others or from school districts within the county to develop a plan for providing educational services to all expelled students. Representatives from all of the local districts in Ventura County participated and collaborated in creating this plan. This update included additional resources on middle and high school campuses, such as wellness centers with counselors and wellness peers. In addition, it addressed behavior interventions practices at both the site and district level, outlining options to minimize the number of suspensions leading to expulsions, minimizing the number of expulsion orders, and supporting students that are returning to their district after their expulsion has ended. We have provided the board with the updates and copies of the plan, and we bring it forward for your approval. This is, again, something that we do every 3 years, and it is a 24-27 plan.
Any questions by members of the board?
So first a comment and then a question. So I really appreciate that. I think we have, as a county and certainly as a district, great supports for our students who get expelled. And I think oftentimes people don't know all the programs that exist to support our students who get expelled to hopefully restore them and bring them back. And I have learned a lot about this through this process, and I really appreciate the programs that our county offers. Having said all that, I've been on the board almost 8 years, and I don't remember ever seeing this before. So I'm curious, because it's a every 3 years update. Was it, I mean, I know you're new. So I'm not, this is not a blame thing, but I'm just trying to figure out, like, where did it, I mean, why did we never see this before? Does anybody know?
I don't know, and again, because I'm new, and this is the first time that I go through this process.
I do believe we have seen this before.
With not that was not on consent. If it was on consent, maybe, but we've never approved it before.
Oh, I know we've seen it before.
We'll get that information to you. Yeah.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Adoption of the 2024-27 Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP, including local indicators. Dr. Bayless?
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. This, for the benefit of the public, this is the second time the board has seen this. And I do want to note there are some small differences between what the LCAP that has been attached and printed for you tonight versus the one that I presented on earlier in the month. And that's a result of the process that all districts go through with the county office in creating a compliant plan prior to the statutory deadline of June 30th. So these are minor changes in terms of the wording and where requirements such as specific schools that are in the red per the dashboard are called out in the metrics and the actions. So those are the changes that you and the public will see on this version relative to the past versions, but nothing by way of the major goals or metrics have changed. There are some small changes in the budget overview and in the annual update for last year's LCAP. I don't know if you want to speak to those, Dr. Mirza.
On the fiscal side, the county reviews our annual update for the prior fiscal year just to make sure that our numbers are aligning with the document that was officially submitted. So we made those necessary changes and resubmitted.
So again, I just want to thank the LCAP committee and all of our educational partners that contributed significantly to the creation of this LCAP. So we're pleased to bring this forward for action.
Any questions? I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Before we move on to the action agenda, we have moved item 15B3, the conference agenda related to this, up for a presentation at this time. Dr. Castro?
Maria, do we have public comment on this item, 15B3?
Yes, we do, but we do the presentation, some discussion, and then that.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure. Thank you very much. Okay, and I'll hand this over to Dr. Bayless. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. So just by way of introduction to this item, as Neil and Maria come forward, who will be outlining the details of this proposal, I want to highlight the fact that our district is at a decision point with an opportunity to choose our own course. With the SELPA, which is the county special education umbrella, with their removal as the intermediary for our federal funds and their removal as the intermediary for setting up the contracts with outside service providers for therapeutic services, we have the opportunity to either negotiate those contracts ourselves and continue with outside providers, or to bring these in-house. And so our recommendation is to bring these services in-house in the form of a new department with a new director, as outlined in another agenda item here. And it's similar to how other districts like Conejo Unified have been operating for some time. So I'll invite Neil and Myra to outline this proposal in a little more detail, and looking forward to answering questions that you might have.
Neil and Maria, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Myra.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's usually Neil and Myra.
Neil and Myra.
Yeah.
It's
another
inseparable
dynamic duo.
team.
Yeah. All right. Well, good evening, Dr. Castro and distinguished board members and trustees. Thank you for having me and giving me the opportunity to explain this. I think we can go to the next slide. So here's some of the needs and opportunities. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Here's some of the needs and opportunities. The services that we're proposing to bring in-house are required services on students' IEP programs. These are services that we've had long-term contracts for. We have not really had any autonomy to decide whether we would be able to make decisions regarding what services we we would like to utilize, or what providers we wanted to utilize for these services in the past. Legislation changed to allow school districts to make those decisions for themselves 2 Januaries ago. And so this has kind of been a long time coming. We've been slowly considering this process and what was going to be best for Ventura Unified School District. I've been part of a community of practice of other school districts in the county, meeting with the other 21 districts, kind of brainstorming and thinking through the process around what we were going to do because of the growing needs in the area of mental health and special education specifically. And the fact that our providers that we've kind of relied on for a long time haven't been able to provide the clinicians that we need. So looking at bringing the services in-house would be a great opportunity for us. We would be able to eliminate these contracts and hire Ventura Unified employees who would be here for the long run, who would be part of our team, who would give consistency and high quality to our students. And so it's something that we're really excited about. They'd also be able to not only provide those services that we've been consistently contracting for 1 hour at a time, like a contractor comes and does their 1 hour of service and then they're gone. If we bring these services in-house, these are going to be Ventura Unified employees. They'll be able to work in our classrooms with our teachers, support our school sites, work with our principals, do professional development, mentoring, coaching, and they'll also be able to work on the MTSS side and the general education side of the house too, because the funding allows for that. So we'll be able to do more proactive work in the mental health area and help students and staff mitigate a lot of the problems that continue to arise on our campuses. There's also the benefit of cost recovery as well. So there's been long-term Medi-Cal reimbursement programs that Ventura Unified has participated in. When services are contracted out, we're not able to recover those costs as part of the reimbursement program. And so that has limited our ability to provide services, training, to procure equipment, to provide additional supports and groups for our families and students. And so this model would provide all of those things and more. They'd be able to participate in our family workshops. We'd be able to do family therapy, parent education. The possibilities are endless when they're our own employees. So just to give a kind of breakdown of the cost overview, right now what we've been doing from year to year consistently, and it's been growing and growing because the costs continue to grow on the contract side. The clinicians are costing us this year $1,560,000. We also contract a SELPA administrator to oversee our mental health services at a rate of $280,000 a year. So currently this year we're looking at spending at least $1,840,000, and we're rounding out the books and fees and hours and stuff. So that's the minimum amount that we're going to be paying. That's ballpark correct, but it could be a little bit more than that. And then proposed cost for the department, that with the same amount of clinicians as we're contracting out for right now, in-house it would cost us $1.2 million for the clinicians, and for the director to oversee the department would be $220,000, and that's salary, health and welfare benefits, and statutory costs, so a total of $1,440,000. So annually, cost recovery aside, we're going to be saving $400,000 every year that we're going to be able to put back into our classrooms for our students.
Sorry, Calvin. In your first slide, you talked about the fact that now that because they're our own employees, they'll be able to do all these other things. But the current contracted clinicians, we're paying them to come and do specific services. And so what I don't understand is if we're currently paying 1.5, let's just say around it, for people to just come in and do individual services, How are you anticipating 1.2 for them to be available to do all those other things that you talked about?
Just because the rates are so much less, that we get charged a significant rate per hour for the contracted services. And what our rates are, these are already existing positions in the district, so we wouldn't be creating any new positions or salary schedules. We have licensed clinicians, we have clinical supervisor position, and then we also have clinical associates. And we have rates that, so we know what the salaries are that we'd be paying. So when we're estimating the costs, we look at the average clinician and what they would come in with. So not somebody in their first year, not someone in their 30th year, but somewhere in the middle. And then we use those salaries, and then we multiply by we add their health and welfare, and then multiply by the statutory cost for their retirement, et cetera. And we come out to about like $1.18 million. So we rounded it to 1.2.
But it sounds like what you're proposing, like, let's just say somebody's currently working for us, 3 hours a day on contract. Now they would be working for us 8 hours a day.
Mm-hmm.
And doing all those other things that you talked about, the family engagement and all those things, right? So how does that pencil out? And then previously you also said they haven't been able to give us the services, and I know there are staffing issues. So I guess one of my other concerns is, are we certain we're going to be able to actually hire these people?
Yeah, actually, let me try to address the first question about the number of clinicians. And Neil, you can correct me if I'm wrong. The number of clinicians that are providing services in the current model, we would be the same. We would be hiring the same number, but we would have access to them at a much broader array of hours during the day.
Right.
Right. So, and then the second part of that, you can speak to the second part of that, because we spoke about this earlier today about the number of just testing the waters, about the number of applicants that we have for preliminary positions and testing the waters.
Yeah. So we've flown the positions already for our in-house school-based counselors, and so we had 6 full-time positions for that. We've received applications, over 50 applications for those 6 positions. We currently have 30 new ones that have already come in. Those are the same clinicians that have worked at these agencies. These agencies are closing out all of those positions because districts no longer are going to be relying on those agencies. And then on top of that, districts have been utilizing one-time funds for additional supports that have drawn on those agencies. As well, with a lot of the one-time monies, and those are gone now, the state and federal dollars, and so they're releasing all of those employees. So I can give you an example, like out of the 6 full-time positions that we've hired for the school-based counseling, 2 of them came from co-eds, 2 of them came from IRSs, and so we are getting all of the employees to come and apply.
Yeah, my question was going to be almost the exact same thing. And are we hiring, so let's say we use 6, we're hiring 6, or are we expecting employees? I was thinking that you were getting the difference in the number for using in-house people where we wouldn't have to hire as many, or are we going to, if we used to use 6 clinicians, we're going to bring in on additional 6, and it's going to be that cost savings?
Yeah, so I mean, we're looking at how many IEP minutes we need to serve and how many clinicians can provide those services. So there are gaps in the day, like we don't have people working back to back all day long, because we do have, there's paperwork time, there's IEPs and, meetings with parents, et cetera. So those are all built into our contracted costs, as well as, including the supervision time. We'll just be able to control that extra time where they'll be here. So, you're not in an IEP meeting every day, in the 2-3 gaps in your schedule every day. So during that time, we'll actually have clinicians at our school site. So when there's crisis, and there are often crisis, we'll have someone on site who will be able to advise our teachers, they'll be able to advise our principal, they'll understand all the protocols, they'll know how to coordinate services with all the different agencies in the community, who to call, who to refer people to. Currently, our ability to be responsive in emergencies and crisis when it comes to mental health is nimble at best. We're reaching out to somebody in Camarillo and asking them to, unless it's an emergency and we're calling 911, of course, but if it's something that is urgent but not 911 level, we're not getting a turnaround time of same day at all. So our staff is often left without any kind of expert guidance or strategies to help, and we're just trying to do our best to mitigate the issue.
You said the county's basically getting out of the business, so even if we were to contract with agencies to provide the service, we would still have to do the second one, which is have somebody administer it for us. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
If I could just add to, if we can go back a couple minutes in the conversation, Neil. Part of this is, can you just take a moment to educate our community about like contracted support? So like, let's switch personnel real quick and just talk about like SLPs and school psychs. Even if we were to hire an SLP, a full FTE of a school psychologist, often those contracts for the exact same service, not with all the other ancillary benefits of having them as an employee, often cost more for the same full FTE. Can you just share like how that happens? Why is it that we've historically paid more? I know this applies to paraprofessionals as well, but let's just stick with like full FTEs of SLPs and school psychs.
Of course, we always want to get the most for our students' money. However, it's been challenging to recruit for a lot of those positions in the past. We've tried to create more of there's a number of factors, we're trying to create a supportive environment. We have been able to hire back a lot of our staff. We currently are fully staffed in all of our school psychologist ranks from July 1st on. We're fully staffed in our speech and language pathologist. And we're talking about like over 60 employees. We have been able to do that just through our support and our ability to kind of change the culture a little bit. We've also are thankful for the increases in benefits to employees. That's made things a little bit more competitive, but we have found that even if there's some slight difference in the package that people are getting, we've been able to retain and hire back our employees because of what kind of culture has existed here at Ventura, and that continues to grow, I think, here. The contracts are typically, we could be paying 150% of what we pay in-house employees just to give you a ballpark idea for a contract.
I like the idea of an in-house. I do and I don't, but the in-house, having staff members that are familiar with children is great. I mean, I've worked with agency hires all the time, and it's just a never-ending carousel for these kids. And so having somebody that they could rely on and support them that they know is incredibly key. I guess my question is are there any plans for staffing shortages if we don't get the acquired amount of clinicians? Is there a plan? Do we have to contract out? How does that look like, or what does that look like?
Yeah, so we know that it's going to be a transition process. I mean, even if we're able to interview everyone and hire them, we always want to make sure that we were going to provide services for all of our students. And last year we had the challenge where our counseling company went out of business, and they just let us know during the middle of the summer that they weren't going to be providing any services anymore. So we had to quickly scramble. I came to you guys and presented a plan. We also requested that Stepping Stones contract as a backup plan. And so we brought in the contracted personnel to fill the FTEs while we were able to, work to recruit our employees, and that's the plan to continue to work that way. And, you know, I've reached out, like I told you, I'm in this kind of working group with it's like what we call like the big 4 districts in our county. That's us, Conejo, Oxnard L, and Simi Valley. And we're all taking that same kind of approach. Conejo's ahead of it as far as the mental health goes. They brought their services in-house a while ago. And so they still continue to have contracts for when there is kind of overflow or new students come on and caseloads are full, and that way we can kind of, you know, use that contract as a temporary placeholder while we're able to recruit for, in our case, Ventura Unified employees.
Have you looked at Conejo, or I guess with Conejo, what were some kind of the challenges they faced bringing their services in-house, if they told you?
I mean, overall, they've felt it's a very positive process. They've kind of divided their model in-house in general, where it's not all like all of the ed services departments aren't overseen just by one person. They have 2 assistant superintendents there. I know Dr. Bayless knows more about the structure than I do.
Yeah, and Dr. Castro, you probably know a lot more than I do.
Yeah,
so.
I'll jump in there just because
I forgot about you.
Yeah, no, it's okay. When I was fortunate to work in Conejo, we built this program. In the initial phases, I'll share, because your question focused on what were some of the challenges. One of the challenges at the time was getting clinicians to make the transition from agencies to public education, because it was a new model. They weren't sure if this was going to last, if the district would be committed to bringing them back into the growth. Another thing that therapists care a lot about is the quality of supervision that they provide. And so making sure that we had MOUs in place. If we couldn't, like going back to your initial question, what happens if you can't find that person? One of the things that we're benefiting from is our current model. We already have the ability to provide supervision and licensed clinicians to provide that supervision. So one of the big barriers that keeps aspiring clinicians is that. And so we're fortunate that we don't even have that barrier right now. The last thing that I would share is that sustainable funding in Conejo was very fortunate, as you know, to apply for a multi-million-dollar grant to continue to further develop their services that, as Neil was talking about, we would be doing this in the pockets of time, serving general education students, but they now have the funding to be able to do this holistically as an entire mental health model across the district. We could aspire to that, but I would say those foundational prerequisites, we've already probably surpassed 2 of the 3 major prerequisites. And based on what Neil has shared and the team has shared about the number of applications for our existing roles, it doesn't feel like we're going to struggle to recruit really talented therapists with a track record of working with, especially with this population. And I think that would be the final barrier. You have a lot of new therapists to the role that haven't really worked with a population of high needs, especially with just the sophistication of working within our special education field, and the fact that Neil is saying that the URSIS clinicians and co-eds therapists, they've worked together across the county, and that they would be coming in and bringing that knowledge is a real benefit to us. So that's where I see where we are right now. I don't know if there's anything you want to add, Neil.
No, I mean, I guess to add to like on tail off on your question. I mean, something that all the districts are experiencing is, it's mental health is new to the educational setting from a clinical aspect, right? Like, since when I was a kid, I'm 45, so 40 years ago when I was in kindergarten, we learned about mental health a bit, about depression, maybe a little bit about anxiety, and that was kind of the extent of it. But in a textbook, we weren't working with clinicians who, that was a medical thing, right? That was something that you would go to your doctor for. Well, now schools are becoming these centers of, like this whole community school model, where it's kind of like a one-stop shop, and the community's looking to us to have solutions when it comes to mental health. And these issues are just, doubling and quadrupling every year, like especially since 2020. If you look at like our services that we provide, it's like the numbers speak for themselves. I mean, and the number of high alert crisis and students that require 72-hour hold because we're concerned about their well-being. Before, that was something that, maybe was unheard of, or, oh my goodness, we have this one case in our district that this happened, and it's unfortunately not the case anymore. And so to get to the answer, the challenge is where the clinical it meets the educational. And, we've gone to trainings on this and spoken to clinicians who are already doing this work in some of the other districts and even outside of our county. And that's the learning curve, coming in from a medical setting to a school setting where we have, it's like HIPAA meets FERPA. And confidentiality looks a little different, and working with administrators and teachers looks different, and reporting looks different. And so that's going to be a primary part of the workload of that director, is to support all the clinicians in that kind of transition over while they're learning those things. So that's something that they shared was a challenge, and it's something that we kind of all anticipate like as being one of our top priorities.
I just have one more question. Can you explain what's going on with the county? Will those other agencies that provide those services, will they increase their price? How does that work? Supply and demand, I guess.
Will they be increasing their prices?
Well, yeah. I mean, it sounds like the county is, what have I written here?
Since the self
yeah,
is getting out.
self, but that's what I meant. Getting out of the business.
Will the other agencies increase
Yeah.
prices? Like supply and demand type thing?
Yeah. Kind of like, are we going to be paying more? If we don't do this, are we going to be
Paying more
hard-pressed to
for
find
clinicians?
individuals? Is that going to cost us more money?
I mean, I couldn't say for sure. I mean, simple economics, I would say yes. But I couldn't say for sure. But
I'll just jump in here,
Okay.
again, using the parallel of school psychologists and SLPs. We can't, I appreciate your answer, we can't predict what would happen, but if we look at what happened with a number of agencies when they knew like SLPs were in high demand, we were competing with other districts for those same contracts, and so often you end up in a competitive bidding environment where it creates that environment for an increase in costs. Not to say that that would happen, but we've seen it happen before in other areas.
I appreciate that. That's exactly what my point is. At schools I've worked with, we're expecting a speech and language pathologist, and we didn't get it that year for that very reason.
all right. So we included this slide just to share a kind of definition of the services that are being provided currently by VCBH, through that VCBH contract and the AspiraNet contract. IRSs is the kind of more higher level intensive therapy that's provided through a student's IEP. It's IRSs is an acronym, and the name Educationally Related Social Emotional Services it's been coined by VCBH. The state actually calls it ERMS, which is Educationally Related Mental Health Services. So that's the service that's being provided. Students typically already have school-based counseling services, which is the more of a traditionally short-term services. When they need more of a longer term due to like some kind of chronic mental health issues, they'll go through an assessment process for the IRSs therapy as well. And so that's what's being provided through VCBH. And then the collaborative educational services, co-eds, that's also a term that's coined by AspiraNet. And there's three different options for those services, and they're kind of a supplement to IRSs. So students have to be receiving IRSs services, and then if they need services that are typically like what we might call like wraparound services, where parents are getting support. Also, there's support in the home, not just at school. So, they kind of have this option one where it's behavior intervention services, and that's provided by someone who might be like a behavior support specialist or assistant, and providing like 3 to 5 hours a week of a mix of like at home and in-school therapies, depending on what behaviors are occurring. A lot of times it's helping students that are experiencing school refusal and don't want to get out of bed, and so they may show up like before school and help the parents with that. They might come to school and help with certain things as well, depending on the goals and the needs. Then there's an option 2 where they add social work services coupled with some parent support services, and that's provided by the social worker or the clinician. And it might, typically like you're looking at like 4 hours a month of services, and they'll coordinate services for the families. They'll do check-ins to see if we're all working around the same strategies. How are things going? Do we need to make adjustments? Some parent education, et cetera. And then there's the third option that covers all 3 of those.
So I understand. So the IRSs and the co-eds would continue to be provided by the county, by behavioral health, or we're proposing that we would begin to do those things?
Right. These are the services that we would be taking back and providing ourselves. Well, some of the services, yeah.
So including things like showing up at someone's house before school to help their kid get motivated to coming to school?
Yeah, if that's what they require through the IEP.
I got a question on co-eds. Typically, co-eds is, it's kind of like an intermediary, a third person, a third entity for the family to interact with. I guess my concern is, if there's a complication with the district, we're basically sending another one of our employees out there, and I've had instances where I've worked with students and families that enjoy that third party individual. So I guess that's one of my concerns with bringing co-eds inside in-house.
Yeah, I'll share. First of all, it's a legitimate concern. If I think about the level of service that isn't this level of intensiveness, we currently do home visits. It's a common staple of what we do as a district. Even within those home visits, I would say our continued collaboration with like our SROs, and making sure that we have joint visitation. There are a lot of I'll say like tier 1 level tools and approaches that we wouldn't abandon in this. To more directly to your point, though, I agree that there is sometimes like a safety of families when they have like an outside person that isn't that inside person. Conversely, there's also a safety depending upon the relationship that's formed when you have a trusted individual, and we see that across our district. Like even I'm thinking about some of our classified liaisons. We have some classified liaisons where the families will divulge things to them that they wouldn't necessarily or haven't necessarily divulged to a teacher or the principal, because that relationship is built on trust and because they're there every day. So I think the concern is a legitimate one. We're working with individuals and families that are in a very vulnerable state. And I don't think that there's one right or wrong answer, but invariably it will come down to the relationships that are formed, that follow through, that high level of trust, and making sure that we're honoring where that family is based around the needs of their students. So I hope that answers the question.
Yeah. I mean, would there be like an option for a family to ask for an agency hire in that particular case?
I'll hand this over to Neil. I'm just going to say blanketly so that way Neil doesn't get cornered on this. But in general, we have families that often under special education ask for very specific personnel, and no district is obligated to provide that specific person. We are obligated to provide that service. So Neil, is there anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, in general, I think Dr. Castro hit the nail on the head, but that's our approach with everything. Is we're working with the community on building bridges and building trust, And so, hopefully as we continue to work through that, when issues arise, like anything specific, we would work with the family, and we would try to figure out something that would work. I think 99 times out of 100 we can figure things out, and that's kind of what we do every day. And that's what we do in our office, and try to de-escalate situations and make sure that everyone feels that they're supported and that they have a safe space to come to, and that if things, if we, take a leap of faith and things don't work out, then you have people, waiting in the wings to help you out. And so we've gone with that approach in general with everything, and so far so good. Nothing's perfect, and we definitely always have areas for improvement, but at least when we have our own people, we can build capacity. When somebody's able to give us 30-day notice and they just establish a relationship with the family or with the student, and now they're gone, and they're at the level where they're needing these type of services, is devastating. So the new service delivery model, we did kind of get into like the breakdown of the clinicians, but the director of educational, therapeutic, and behavioral services would be the district in-house supervisor of those clinicians. They'd be planning, doing supervision, and implementing the district's therapeutic mental health services across the board. They'd also manage the cost recovery programs that I was kind of alluding to earlier in the different models. They'd manage all the licensed clinicians and associates. They'd also manage the existing school-based licensed clinicians and associates, and also the mental health services for MTSS. They'd manage our wellness programs as well, and anything to do with mental health, really, including our mental health committee. They would make sure that we're running all those programs with fidelity. Potential cost recovery. So we added the word potential on the slide because we've applied for some additional recovery programs. We're waiting to hear back. We've applied to be cohort 2 with DHCS, the California Department of Healthcare Services. They have a program right now where districts can, on top of those numbers that I shared with you, that in our traditional Medi-Cal BOP program, our billing option program, and our MA, we're able to apply for additional reimbursement beyond that. So we're hoping to be a part of that as well, fingers crossed. There's also a multi-payer fee schedule that we applied to be a part of as well. That's kind of being led by the Sacramento County Office of Education. So Maria and I had the opportunity to go up there, and we were invited into their trainings, and we got to see all the different options, and it's pretty awesome what they're doing. And it is more of that like community of schools model where we'd have like a coordination of services team. We'd not only work with our school personnel inside the district, but we'd also be able to bring in agencies that work with students. So anyone that's working with that student, it's almost like an IEP team for mental health. And so we would set goals, monitor progress, et cetera. So we're looking forward to potentially participating in those services as well. And so our director would manage those as well. And then we included an updated organizational chart, what that would look like, adding the new department to Ed Services. The department and the director would be under the direct supervision of myself, in consultation with Maria, the director of Student Support Services. So we work closely together. We're like sibling departments. We're like siblings as well. But we definitely rely on each other for different things. And so she has an expertise that I don't. So we will work on providing the best experience for the department that way. And then here's just kind of a breakdown. This is a lot of my great graphics work right here. The he made it better. He did. He made it. I had just played in black. He added blue. He did make it look way better. All right.
Thank you, Neil. I just wanted to bookend this by highlighting what was initially said, Neil, in your opening comment, which is I want to harken back to our LCAP. We have metrics that we really care about. We have graduation rates for students with disabilities that we need to improve. We have educational outcomes across the board for students with disabilities that we need to improve, suspension rates, et cetera. So even though we are required to make a choice now about whether or not to continue with the contracted model under our own initiative without the SELFA or to do something in-house, this is nested in a larger initiative, I think, to get at some of those real issues that when we have our own people who care about these metrics as well, and they're not coming in and providing the service, a meaningful service, but then not a part of the broader vision of improving inclusive practices, being around and knowing our principals, knowing our teachers, and helping us in our K-12 principals meetings get to a better place so that all of the educational outcomes for students with disabilities improve. So that's what I'm most excited about. The budget features, of course, that's something that we are responsible for as fiscal stewards, but as Asan knows and laments, that's not what I care about. I care about these metrics, and so I see this as an opportunity. So that's why we're bringing this to you. So Neil, thank you for your work in this, and happy to answer any more questions you might have.
Can I just add one more thing to that, because you just reminded me? When we were talking about the role of the director, that whole piece about least restrictive environment and the whole movement we're making with the FICMAT report and moving towards more inclusive settings and building capacity with somebody who's going to be able to help provide those on-hand, immediate interventions and support and guidance, will be able to mitigate a lot of those more restrictive placements where we'll be able to provide tools and ongoing support, coaching, mentorship, so we can keep kids in the general education class. And that is something to be excited about.
Any other questions by the board?
So I shared this with Dr. Castro, but I really wish in preparing this that the cost savings was not featured in this, because I feel like it kind of muddies the water on this. Like, to me, if what you're proposing is this is better for kids, that is different than we can do the same thing and save money, right? And when I look at, so what I struggle with is that essentially right now we're hiring specialists, right? We go to them, this is all they do. They provide us these services, presumably they do it well, that's why we pay them to do it. When you bring it in-house, it becomes one more thing that we do that we maybe haven't always done or haven't done as well as we would like. And so I think you have all these competing interests in it, like, well, we can do it, maybe we can do it better, we could do it with fewer people, we could save money. I feel like the message that you were just talking about, that this is being driven by our desire to better serve these students, kind of gets lost. And so from my perspective, or as Calvin would say with my 20%, I have concerns about us being able to provide a high quality level of service to these students and their families, because when we brought back some of the county programs, I felt like we really struggled to get our footing and continue to provide services to those families. And I don't want to see us bring in something else and not do it well. So you didn't ask me for this, and Asan, I know you're not going to like it, but I would be okay continuing to spend the exact same amount of money and do it right. And then if in a year we say, you know what, actually, as it turns out, we're saving money, and like we can stop doing this, or we can credit recovery, you know, or cost recovery, something, great. But I would want the focus to be on doing it right? Like, because I do feel like the other thing makes it seem like we're trying to save money on the backs of these kids, and that doesn't feel right for me.
But isn't the cost savings just a direct reflection of not paying the service? So they have to employ someone. Let's just say the salary is $50,000, right? And that person makes $50,000, but the agency also has to make the 20% or 30% to keep the agency. So aren't we getting the same quality type person, but we're just not paying the agency fee, right? Isn't that the difference?
Yeah, it's
So
literally
it's not
employees.
necessarily we're saying we're bringing it in to save money. The result of bringing it in is just we're not paying the upcharge of paying a service.
Right.
So it's not necessarily we're not bringing it in order to save the $400,000. The result of bringing it in is saving the $400,000.
Yes, except that we're proposing doing a lot of things we're not currently contracting with these agencies to do.
So we're doing more?
Well, I think, well, first let me interject a little bit here with the purpose. One of the, it's obviously a challenge to have this conversation devoid of other context, right? So I actually want to pick up where you left off, Greg, because I thought we were kind of bringing the conversation to a close there, but now we're opening it back up, so let's open it back up. One of the things that Greg shared about in the LCAP is there's a broader vision for continuing to provide a high level of service and support in the area of mental health and counseling. That is a clear board directive. We feel that, we hear that. This is one way to, in our opinion, and we have models, Conejo being one of them, but there are others. Despite how some things have happened in the past, we're fortunate in that, one, we have a great team, and two, we have models and communities of practice to maybe potentially not repeat the mistakes of the past. So that's one thing. Broader than that is this is our opportunity that should we continue to be able to provide a high level of service, and that's also something that I know we have an action item coming on, but if after we move into that conversation, if we need to demonstrate from our current clinicians how we are doing that well, I think that's a great thing. I think it's important for the community to know we are doing this and we are doing it very well, which is why you're not hearing complaints about how our social workers and other therapists aren't doing great things, because they're doing it well. So that's one thing. But going back to the biggest issue, which is the board knows on the horizon, because we're going to have the budget presentation coming up very soon. I think you're going to share just a little bit of that clip, right? We know that in a couple years from now, not through any faults of the board and not through any faults of staff, we are in an environment of declining enrollment and fewer resources. Neil touched on the fact that we are losing a lot of one-time federal and state dollars. And so in order to maximize the benefits of our current staff and potentially more staff, we do need to figure out where some revenue sources are. And so this model, and let's just say hypothetically that we didn't do anything better. We just did exactly the same thing with all the bumps and bruises that come with our current model, which is also not ideal. Neil didn't touch on it, but in our current model, we have agencies that can drop out of providing service with 30 days notice. We have agency personnel that are there one day and they get another job with another agency and they move on. Even with behavioral health, and this is for anyone who's associated with behavioral health, this is not a take on that, but going back to Trustee Forsythe, you had shared a little bit, you had asked a question about what are some of the barriers. One of the barriers in any mental health service organization is the clinicians are accumulating hours. And when they get enough hours, that gives them an opening to be able to serve in a different capacity. That's going to exist and has existed. So that's one of the things that behavioral health has had some challenges, not just in terms of keeping people at certain sites on certain cases, but also from a county perspective, they're also looking at highest need students that need to be addressed. And so we may think we have the highest need students, but as an agency, they're looking at the broadest needs across the county. And if they need a clinician to be serving another student at another school, they have the right to make that decision to reallocate their personnel in the way that they think is best. one of the things that this does is it reclaims our autonomy, that we're making those decisions about where our staff and where the talents are needed best. That's not an environment that we even can currently contemplate. So coming back to this one kind of framing of, are we just doing this to save money? No. We think that even if we were to do it as well as others have done it, there are a lot of benefits that that Neil has covered. But the bigger piece of that is, if in some way we are able to benefit from these cost recovery processes that we are trying earnestly to bring in house, it not only allows us to sustain this, but it potentially allows the board to sustain a higher level of service of mental health across the district, things that otherwise would need to be contemplated 2 years from now, that potentially would need to be reduced. So this is one piece of a broader, going back to Greg's statement about our broader LCAP goals, the broader vision of the board, the broader direction that we've received. This is one piece that we need to address because it is an IEP mandated service. We have to provide it. But outside of that, we can still create a model that we haven't had, and it can provide a greater good. So I hope that addresses a lot of the things that are coming up, and if not, we can answer some more questions.
Another thing to add is that these agencies don't have enough clinicians to support us. They haven't for several years. We've ended up owing students thousands of minutes every year, and we've had to make up for that. And so there's a lot of things that need a lot of improvement, and so that's what this has been stemming from. The fact that we can do it at a lower cost and reallocate our money for our students in the classroom, that's just kind of like an awesome side effect.
Yeah, Trustee Rodriguez, I wanted to reflect the way that these slides are arranged and the way that it feels like we're leading with finances. That's I understand your point. That's not what is coming from our work and our analysis at all. It really is, it's coming from a couple places. One, you've broadly asked us to look for ways where we can eliminate contracts. Second, there are occasionally, it doesn't happen very often, so I understand the hesitancy, where you can improve services and do it at a reduced cost. I'm thinking about when we changed the model for summer school. We dramatically improved summer school by entering into a different model, and it dramatically improved our bottom line, our finances. We do see this as one of those opportunities. And again, it doesn't happen very often, but nonetheless, we feel strongly that the opportunity to make a dramatic improvement broadly for students, specifically improving the level of care and in our therapeutic services for IEP students, but also broadly, culturally, to get at some of the issues that we're trying to get at with our LCAP goals. That's the opportunity that I see.
So I guess a follow-up to that, because I appreciate the clarification. What are some of the things that then we should be looking for in 6 months, in a year, to measure that?
Neil, do you want to start, and then I'll...
The success of the program? I mean, number one, that all of our students are being served and provided all of their services. That we've had our teachers and principals and school site staff trained and engaged, and ongoing support and the latest strategies to help students that are suffering with mental health issues.
I'm going to go back to some of our specific metrics that are in the LCAP that we need to improve on, our suspension rates for students with disabilities. If we have an improved overall model of mental health, where these clinicians are working in partnership with our principals. Right now, I can't tell you that the clinicians would even know who the principals are, their names, the teachers' names. Certainly, they've never had a presence in front of our K-12 principals. They've never had a presence in front of all our counselor meetings, our secondary or elementary counselor meetings. That there would be greater cohesion and greater coherence in our mental health model, and that we'd see some improvement in some of these metrics. We'd see improved outcomes for students, more opportunities for inclusion. Those are the kinds of things I really think that we will see, that I hope to see.
Well, even to make it even more clear, because I think what Sabrina's getting at, like, as a board, we have a meeting and we say we're going to change this and we think this is going to be better, but we don't always see the results. So my question would be, when can we expect a report about what the result was? Is that 6 months from now, 1 year from now? Because that's what I get from it. When we make a change, we don't necessarily always see the outcome. And to say, was it a good change or was it a bad change? Did we actually save $400,000? Was it 300? Was it 600,000? So I think as a board, we want to start approving things, making changes, but then we also want to see what happened during that change in that 6 month period or in that 1 month period. So my question is, when will you come back to us and tell us, here's what we saw the difference? Is that going to take 6 months, or will that take a year, 3 months?
Yeah, here's what I think we can commit to. So as a part of our required mid-year LCAP report, I can come back to you with these LCAP metrics, and I can reference this model. We can talk about the extent to which we fulfilled the IEP minutes, but also whether or not some of our metrics mid-year are moving. And then certainly at the end of the year. So this is, instead of one-off reports on all these different initiatives, the goal is to have a singular, cohesive model of metrics that we can say in the LCAP, that's based on board goals, based on community, educational partner input. Here's what we have said we care about. Here's what we think we're getting mid-year with our suspension data. Here's the rate of inclusion in elementary, middle, and high school. And here's where we think this model is having an impact at the 6 month mark and certainly at the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, we do that part, but what we want to narrow it down to is the specific decision. Like, we're not making a broad decision for everything right now. We're making a specific decision for this. So we want to see the result of this specific decision, and not kind of bundled into everything. We want to see, so what I want to see is, my 20% is today, if we say we approve this, in 6 months, 9 months, and 1 year, here's a result of this decision, not that this decision bubbled up into all the things that we know we care about, but the result of this decision here is what I'm saying.
Yeah. And I would add, part of that is going to be, I mean, you're highlighting that there are problems with our current system, right? So I want to know, like, data on, okay, so what are those problems? You know, how many minutes are we not meeting? Where are things falling through the cracks? And then examples of that isn't happening now, right? Now when it's in-house and we aren't pointing at an agency, we're looking at ourselves and saying, we are doing this better than it was.
Yeah, that part
before.
I can do, no problem. I could also, I don't know, this is my 1%, is...
Neil, on that side of the podium, you don't get a percent.
I communicate with the families a lot.
You have 0% on that side.
Okay. Yeah. She's got 2% back there.
There's no 2%, there's no 1%. Yeah.
Or maybe she has 20, I don't know. But... you know, a lot of times what we do is we survey our families to see how they feel about different supports that they're getting, and so we can do that as well too, if that's something that you're be interested in. We could do an anonymous survey. A lot of the things that are addressed by this work are obviously confidential things, but things that we typically do in lieu of that are anonymous survey results and looking at real data and real numbers and what's happening, so we can look at like how many minutes are being covered, you know, if there's any minutes that were missed versus last year and the year before, because we already have all of that data.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just want to add too, we actually have metrics that we'll know right away, and we've already touched on some of them right now, which is our ability to recruit and retain. All of the ancillary benefits that we're talking about are foundational on can we fill the positions and can we deliver those service minutes and what is the quality of the people that we're getting. We can provide that immediately. We don't need to wait 3 months, 6 months. That's the kind of data that we can have. And I'll just add, not in disagreement with Neil about the qualitative survey data. One of the things that I've learned is having people like Maria or some of our clinicians actually come and talk about the qualitative impact of the work that they do, because when you talk about the real power of the relationships, going back to an earlier part of our conversation, like even 2 stories demonstrate probably collectively, I don't know, hundreds of hours of combined effort by a staff to get a student and a family from this place of where maybe things were not functional to now that student they're functional and they're getting through the day and they are forming positive relationships and they are not as isolated as they were. And that is transformative beyond metrics, because what that would look like from a metric perspective is you have one student who's generating chronic absenteeism. And we would absolutely report on all these things, but I think the qualitative piece is something that the board also needs to hear. Maria, I see that you came to the microphone.
Yes, I was just going to add to what you were just saying, Dr. Castro, in terms of attendance. That has been something that we've noticed in terms of our students with special needs. And it's been frustrating for us because we want to help them. We want to get them to school, and they have an IEP, and they're supposed to have all of these services, and we're not getting the clinicians there. And our social workers are trying their best, but when you have already services that are in your IEP and we can't get them, that's why I'm excited about this right now. It's a great opportunity. I think it's going to provide services that are needed, and we can definitely provide that information to you later in terms of where we are with our special needs students that perhaps are not coming to school. And I'm not saying not even on a regular basis. We haven't been able to get them to school. So we can definitely look at that information and then have some follow-ups with you. And I'm happy to collaborate with you.
I got a quick question, sorry. Yeah, no, I agree. I think there's a lot of benefits with this. You know, obviously there's a lot of issues. I was kind of a firm no beginning with, but the fact of the matter is, if there's accountability, I think that's great. We have to have that. And also the director has to be phenomenal. Has to be someone that's really experienced. Being in this industry myself and being in this part of work, you know, seeing these agencies come in and out of a school is incredibly hard for the students. They don't build relationships. They can't build a relationship with you and the people they work with, they're not going to come to school. And there has to be that. And I know the agencies, they try their best. Those clinicians do try their best, and they really do care. But they're in and out, and then they're on to the next year. So, yeah, those are my 2 cents, or my 20%.
And we're not just following up with this because it's this division. As a board collectively, we talked about just the follow-up part. Like, we make a lot of important decisions, but it never comes back to us and say, was it the best decision to make? Did it make this impact or did it make that impact? And I think, you know, as you ask for our feedback, we're asking the feedback that we give, did it work? Or, you know, that's what we're asking. We're not specifically just saying this because we're having this conversation just with you. We want to start doing that with everything. When we make a decision, we want to see the result of the decision and report back to us on the result of the decision.
Yeah, and that's a big part of it, is that the accountability piece. And, you know, that's kind of what we're speaking to around when we have our own employees in-house, we can hold everybody accountable, and we can hold ourselves accountable. When those things are out of our control, then we're unable to make those decisions, allocate resources, address improvements, even professional development, asking for engagement in anything beyond what somebody's personally motivated to do. And so we want to hold ourselves accountable. We want to have the best services for our students, and we want to have the best staff to be able to do that.
Yeah, I wanted to quickly follow up on Trustee Forsythe's comments about the relationships. I appreciate those comments, and I think that Neil, Maria, and I can all speak to the many times where if we had the ability to intervene with a student on campus prior to a suspension or based on a report that something is going to happen, a trusted adult, the right person with that relationship, this gives us another tool to be able to move the needle on those metrics because we have those people on campus. Whereas in the case of an outside service provider who's scheduled to come, they're not there in a crisis point where we might need them, where they could be that person with the relationship with that student to intervene and to help. So I think that's a big part of our calculus here. But and then Trustee Peterson, yes, the answer is yes. We can do that.
Any additional questions?
Just as long as we're talking about data points, I still, I focus on numbers a lot to Hassan's dismay sometimes, but I would really love to see, as we're talking about what the staffing is we're currently paying for and the number of minutes, what that translates into in terms of FTEs, because I still don't see how we're going to have the same number of people doing more. I understand the pay difference, right? But that's not what we're talking about. The same number of people, but they're going to have this extra time in between to do these other things. So I would like to see those specific numbers.
Any other questions? I think we have a public comment on this one.
Yes, we do. Ashley Pope, and we'll give you 3 minutes. It came down to 3 minutes and 33 seconds. With your extra time, just give me 1 minute to get that up and running.
Yes. Good evening, VUSD School Board. Right now, I'm speaking on behalf of Autism Society of Ventura County and our advocacy committee. At first sight, this model seems ideal. Having mental health services in-house means we can serve our students with continuity and consistency. As I mentioned earlier, I spent the last 8 years navigating the system. So I had emailed you with more information on my concerns, specifically about this item, but I did also want to come in person, since this is really important, to reiterate Autism Society of Ventura County advocacy committee's questions and concerns around establishing this new department. Our advocacy committee's insights and my personal experiences leave us with the following questions and concerns. Number one, staffing. So Neil, thank you for covering this concern in your presentation. VUSD lacks adequate special education support staff, period. There are several non-credentialed long-term subs and a seemingly revolving door of teachers, therapists, and paraeducators in these classrooms. As a side note, if more districts do elect this model, which our advocacy committee has not seen on any other school district agenda, supply and demand would imply that in-house mental health services workers would cost the district more and contracted services would be easier to negotiate. Number two, ongoing training. This narrative does remind me of VUSD's bringing back our students from the VCOE contracts a few years back. How will we ensure that our in-house therapeutic and behavioral department receives the most up-to-date training available? Our students lost quality of education with the VCOE decision. Number three, co-eds. While it was mentioned that other districts are using this model, in Autism Society of Ventura County's families experiences, a critical component of the success of co-eds is that they are not district staff, and that there's a degree of separation that is a benefit and comfort for students and their families. If a student is experiencing school refusal, a school employee coming to the house to help them get ready is counterproductive, if not invasive, traumatic, and a situation that can leave USD with costly liabilities and lead to an out-of-district placement for our students. How can VUSD be prepared to take on this when we are still working on offering quality basic special education across our campuses? Number four is FCMAT. When we've had so little progress in communication on the 2024 February FCMAT report, how are we in any position to be bringing entirely new departments in-house to be overseen by student services and special education? What is the status of the FCMAT ad hoc committee, which is closed to the public, and when will we have the promised study session? If there has been progress, why hasn't the board and or the public heard about it, despite asking? Number five, financial motivation and maintenance of effort. Thank you for the assurance that this is being brought forth for the students. However, we are concerned that this decision is being made primarily for cost-saving measures. Additionally, questions have been asked multiple times about maintenance of effort and since the FCMAT report came out, but we have not received any answers about MOE publicly. Without knowing our MOE, we should not be cutting costs in special education, period. We at Autism Society Ventura County ask that you refrain from bringing co-eds in-house, and you ask to receive VUSD's MOE before making any cost-cutting decisions.
30 seconds.
Please continue to demand accountability and transparency on behalf of our students with disabilities. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Having heard the comments and the presentation, I guess it's now time to move on to the action item. Consideration of a new position, Director of Educational Therapeutic and Behavioral Department. I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve.
I have just a question.
Okay.
So this is a separate item. So in terms of the issue of what the actual program that we ultimately adopt and move forward with is separate sort of from this position. Is that accurate? I mean, obviously we're bringing services in-house and creating this position, but like the question of co-eds, is that is not directly tied to this position?
Correct. That's not directly tied to this position.
This is just approval for the position.
Just approval for the position.
Okay. I move to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Number 2, approval of provisional intern permits, PIPs, and waivers. Ms. Wolowitz?
Thank you very much. This item is routine in nature. On occasion, we have employees. The credentialing process is quite extensive, and so at times they have a component of their credentialing process that they are still in completion at this point. Sometimes it's just a pending test that they don't yet have at the date of hire those results yet. And so we have 2 individuals in that situation, bringing it forward for your consideration for approval this evening.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Item C, revisions to the exempt salary schedule. These are just minor changes to the wages proposed. Are there any questions or anything staff wants to say about this?
I'd be happy to if you're looking at me, but if you need me to. I'm presenting on behalf of Ms. Crouch that's not with us this evening, but just in alignment with the other salary schedules that are changing effective July 1.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
All right. Adoption of the 24-25 district budget. Dr. Mirza?
Good evening, board members. I just wanted to point out there was a board memo sent to all the trustees with the changes that was made since I last presented the budget to you. And so the good thing is that it didn't impact any of our SACS documents that are submitted to the county. The scenarios that I showed the board last time that discussed the potential of the learning loss mitigation funds if we were to move back $5 million, or if we would move back all of the expenses back to the general fund. In those charts, let me just go to it. In those charts in the MYP, there was a formula error that was not carrying over all of our restricted resources balances. So thank you, Sabrina, for pointing that out. It truly bothered me the whole night. And so that was a really good catch. And so all I did was fix the formula so it maintained our restricted resources consistently across the 2 out years. And that's it. No problem.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Request for approval of contracts exceeding $25,000. Do you want to handle this, Dr. Castro?
Very similar to before. If there are any questions, staff is happy to address any questions you might have.
I'm just looking for DJs.
No DJs on this list.
I just want to, I know sometimes people don't, they don't realize how much we look at this, but I just want to specifically call out my appreciation for the focus on local. We've talked about this many times, but it's always great to see that there are a lot of local companies listed there. So, so thanks for that.
And I just wanted to point out the SRO service contract that you see for $887,000. That is an amendment from last year, so we're technically extending the contract out. But the original contract states that the city pays for half of that cost, so we don't incur the entire $887,000. It's about $443,000.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
So
Motion.
moved.
Second.
Sorry, Calvin. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Award of contract E441-21 Montalvo Kindergarten Building Roofing. Dr. Mirza? Oh, did we? Oh, I'm sorry. We'll go back. Number 3, consideration of Resolution 24-12 regarding designating certain products, brands, and services pursuant to Public Contract Code Section 20118 for the district's lease or purchase. Dr.
Yes,
Mirza?
so what we're trying to accomplish here is purchase the temporary locker room for Ventura High School, utilizing the athletic bond funds here for $235,000. And so what LA County School District has done back in 2021, they went out for bidding. What we're trying to do is utilize their agreement as a piggyback to be able to utilize those prices back from 2021. As compared to us going out to bid now, which the potential of cost increase is quite higher, just the costs are overall inflated at this point.
Any questions?
Yeah, so what's the temporary locker room for?
Yeah, let me invite Ryan.
Good evening. How's everyone doing today? So the temporary locker room is to help facilitate our bigger plans for the existing old field house. We're currently going through a structural review, which initially the structural engineers basically said that this building needs to be condemned and demolished. So the vision, the long-term vision, is to build a new field house. And in doing so, we'll need a temporary facility to house the football team and the current occupancy that is in there now. We also have potential issues with new programs like girls flag football, which they'll need additional space to match the boys varsity football team. So we're just trying to think long-term plans. Is we want to put this temporary facility in. That way, when we do demolish this existing field house, we have a place for these students to go.
When you say the existing field house, the locker room that's below the stadium?
Yes.
It's not that old, is it?
1930s.
Oh, okay, because it doesn't.
You're talking about the old field house.
The old field house.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I was like, because when you look at it, it doesn't look that. Oh, okay.
No,
So you're
the one that's down below next to the drive entrance. Oh. So that restroom and old field house will be demolished and build a whole new field house and grand entrance to address ADA issues.
And sorry, maybe everybody else already knows. Where's it going to go?
Well, I don't have the exact plan now. I mean, the vision is to match the existing architectural with the newer field house.
No, I mean the temporary.
Oh, that's what architects are for. So they need to look at path of travel.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. If
Yeah.
it's going to be a classroom, because it says it's going to be retrofitted, a classroom retrofitted to a temporary locker room.
It already is, yes.
But the closest classroom would be across the street, right?
No, so right now we're looking at right next to the visitor bleachers. We have a side over there, a pad over there. That will give us easy compliance, ADA compliance when DSA looks at it. We're also looking at.
You're not talking about where they sell burritos.
I don't know where they sell burritos.
Okay, well, you're going to
Might.
So we have options. We're also looking at the lower parking lot, the student parking lot. Again, we need to find a place where DSA won't hit us too hard on compliance with accessibility.
Okay, I think I'm confused. So I thought when I was reading, I thought it said we were gonna take a classroom and retrofit it into a temporary locker room.
No, it's like a modular.
So it's a whole new module built.
Yeah.
Okay, I must have read something different. I thought it said, okay, now I understand.
Yeah, so we'll be purchasing
So
basically.
it's a modular classroom that we're turning into a temporary locker room.
Right, in this case, it already is retrofitted to a temporary locker room. So the plans you see on the attachment, that's precisely what we're buying. Our initial reaction was we initially went out to 3 different portable companies. SKC was the only company that had PC or pre-check plans through DSA. So what that means is it makes the process faster through DSA. They also had one on the lot ready to go.
Yeah, it was semantics. I read it wrong. It said standard classroom.
Yes.
I was thinking our standard classroom retrofitted to a locker room, but it's a temporary classroom retrofitted into a temporary locker room.
Correct.
Okay.
And we say temporary, but we're purchasing it, so it'll be ours. So as we add additional sports in the future, it can always be utilized, even when the new field house is built.
Yeah, what's the lifespan on these?
Well.
I know we have some that are.
Yeah. Traditionally 20 years. Yeah, traditionally 20 years. Yeah. We have some from the 50s though, so.
Any additional questions? Okay, entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Now, number 4, award of contract E41-21 Montalvo Kindergarten Building Roofing.
Right, so during the planning stages, this, just quite honestly, was an oversight on my behalf, where the kindergarten building was at Montalvo was just way off to the side. So we quickly recognized that, oh shoot, we need to put this back out to bid, just this building. So that's precisely what we did. It was an informal bid using CUPCA procedures, so we reached out to multiple roofing contractors, and these are the 2 that bid. So we just want to move forward with ADCO. They're currently on Montalvo as it is now. That's probably why we're seeing the savings.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
What's the
Is that the
timeline?
cost difference? Is because they're already on site? Because this
Yeah.
$30,000 difference.
I mean, it does definitely help that they're already on site, so they're already mobilized and have a crew on site, so they save on that right away, on the mobilization.
So are they gonna do this at the same time they're doing the rest?
Yes. Yeah, so after today, we'd probably bring them, let's get going tomorrow. Yeah.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, on to our conference agenda. California School Boards Association, CSBA Letter of Recommendation for Vice President. Dr. Castro?
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. On behalf of the board, we have the opportunity to support Sabrina Rodriguez's candidacy for the CSBA Vice President. I've taken the liberty of writing a letter that reflects her years of service, the roles and responsibilities that she's taken on over those years, and just including some qualities and characteristics that we think would reflect well at the CSBA level as she continues her attempt to advocate not only for our district, but in this role, all districts across the state. So that's what you have in front of you. And I think, Trustee Rodriguez, is there anything you want to add in terms of the process? But my understanding is that this was required as a portion of the CSBA process, and so we just need consensus that demonstrates the board's resolve to help Trustee Rodriguez move forward in this process.
Yeah, I would just add, so as part of my application, I submit 4 letters of recommendation, and one of them, you know, it would mean a lot to have one be from our district. So I asked Dr. Castro, he offered to write a letter, but the direction specifically says that if a letter is coming from a superintendent, it should be at the direction of the board.
Well, I think that it's a great idea, and I'm in support.
If she get it, she's gonna be asking us to do more stuff. I'm in support.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Okay. Conference item B, educational services, USD Arts Master Plan Update 2024.
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. Pleased to bring you this update, the Arts Master Plan revision process. You trust me with this, okay?
No, I was going to say
Let's see if I do better this time. The Arts Master Plan update process is underway, and so as a part of Bobby's victory lap here, with her last day being tomorrow, and the baton handoff to Deidre, they're going to present. They're members of the committee, along with Dr. Soledad Molinar and many representatives across the district. I am not a member of that committee, so I'm very grateful for their work and pleased to have them present. So, looks like, oh, Deidre, you have been given the mic. Take it away.
Out of respect for my mentor, I'm doing what I'm told. But I'm happy to be here this evening, and want to publicly thank Bobby for helping me with the transition. Good evening, Dr. Castro, board trustees, and staff. I'm here to present on behalf of the Arts Master Plan Committee. As you can see, there are 14 people in the committee, and there's a cross-section of levels: elementary, middle school, high school, as well as expertises on the committee. The next slide just shares what 8 vision elements of the committee, and I don't want to read them all out loud to you. I know you've read this already, but these are the guiding principles for the committee work: equitable access for all, measurable and sustainable systems and infrastructure, which is one of the things we spend a lot of time on in committee conversations, collaborative intentional instruction across all grades. And some of these things we are doing in our district already. These aren't necessarily new things, right? Visible and celebrated student learning. I know I enjoy those art shows, but again, how do we build on those strengths across the district? Inclusive and supportive strategies. Qualified and coordinated arts instructors. So we're looking forward to hiring more of those. And then community and family engagement and partnership, as well as locally supported career engagement. So those are the 8 guiding principles for the work in the committee. And I'm sorry, did you? Oh, okay, I thought you had a question, sorry.
Nope.
So we came to a great statement on the strategic direction. Hopefully you'll enjoy this: where the arts come alive for the future of every student. And there are 3 overarching goals in the work on the committee. First goal, investing in quality arts education, 4 sub-goals. The second one, nurturing rich and impactful partnerships. And the third, celebrating student expression. And each of those 3 overarching goals have a couple sub-goals within those. And we are well into the timeline here. We are in the action planning stages, which is on the next slide, and I'll conclude with that. We did start the work. Bobby, myself, and the consultant, Sandy, met back in April. And then we began setting the stage for the strategic planning with the full-day committee and with the 14. I did not, in full transparency, did not attend both of those days, so Bobby will step in if I forget something important here. But Sandy met with the teachers at the very end of the school year. She squeezed in that meeting, invited all elementary school teachers, since many of those teachers teach art in addition to Artosa, invited all of the music teachers and art teachers in the district as well. And Sandy shared with us, because Bobby and I were not in that meeting, shared with us that 20 people did show up on June 5th to that virtual meeting, and there was a good cross-section of teachers as in that group. We just finished recently our first action planning with the subcommittee that had, I think I counted 10 from the larger committee. About 10 of those folks are on the smaller subcommittee. And we will continue that work through July with a goal of being completed by the end of August. It's a very ambitious goal to be finished the action plan. That action plan, before, of course, coming to your approval, will be sent out by Sandy for feedback. And I know that we haven't talked to Sandy since our last meeting about that process, but we'll work on that as a team in the committee through the action planning, what that's going to look like for the final feedback process. What did I forget, Bobby? That's good. Okay. Questions?
Well, I was just going to offer a quick closing. As I mentioned before, I'm not a part of this committee, but I was able to drop in once, and really grateful for the work of our contracted facilitator, Sandy. A great energy in the room, and I get to meet with Bobby and Deidre at the end of their meetings, and Sol as well. And so it just sounds like it's been an excellent process, and so I'm just very pleased with their progress, so thank you both. And stay close to answer questions, since you'll know far more than I do about the inner workings of the committee, but happy to try to answer your questions.
Okay. Questions?
Yeah, a couple comments and then also a question. If you could go back to the vision elements slide. So when you look at the vision elements, those were things that were all came up out of conversation that then drove the following slide about the strategic directions, right? So those 8 things kind of, when you packaged them together, came up to those 3 larger kind of aspirational directions for us as a district. And I think the process was really great. I felt like the conversation was really special, and it was great. We had a student participating, so Penelope DeSoto, who had been an art student at Foothill and at Ventura High School. I think she added a lot of really great feedback from a student's perspective, so thank you for including that. I think, often it's hard to get students to participate in something, but having them there really makes a huge difference. I guess I had questions about the phone conversation that happened, because it was the last week of school, and I heard from a lot of people that they weren't going to be able to participate in that. So is there going to be another opportunity for people to give feedback, particularly for our practitioners, right, for our art, music, and dance and theater teachers to give feedback? And then secondly, who's on the subcommittee?
I can answer. I actually know who is on the subcommittee, and then I'll let you address any discussions that you've had with Sandy about opportunities for future input. So there's 1 full-time music teacher, 2 full-time art teachers, 3 site admin, 1 community parent representative, 1 a district representative, a student. That student was on that subcommittee, and then 2 district admins. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Did I get that right?
1, 2, 3.
Roughly. Yeah.
8, 9.
So yeah, there's
10.
Oh, okay. I miscounted. So yeah, those are the individuals on that. No, they were selected. They were selected by Sandy in consultation with our committee leads here.
Yeah, she felt it was important to have teachers from every grade level, so that's what we did. We put Paul Brown as the elementary teacher, and then she thought, as far as admin, it would be important to have it from every grade level. We were able to get middle school and high school representation, but for the subcommittee, our elementary principal wasn't able to be there, but Soledad was there, so she acted as a She represented elementary. Okay. And then she had, because Kathy Asher had been part of the previous master plan, she thought she would be a good outside representative to be on the committee, as well as she's a grandparent. So we thought that was a good choice. So I really did just follow her lead and who she thought would be important and sent the invitations, and that's how we created the subcommittee.
Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Yes, we look forward to sharing more as the process continues, and I agree with Sabrina. It's been really insightful, and a lot of good things will come from this, I believe. So I think it'll be a good document for our district to follow.
And thank you, Bobby. I know she said we, but she does not mean her.
Well, yes.
So the
I
collective
look forward
we.
to reading it.
Yes. Thank you, Bobby.
Okay, moving on to Jumpstart Preschool Program Annual Update Advisory Report.
All right, so welcome, Kara, our coordinator for early childhood education, and this is very similar to the report that we gave last year, so we look forward to seeing these every year as this is a required annual report. Kara, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Dr. Bayless. Thank you, Dr. Castro and Board of Trustees. I appreciate being here this evening. I'd like to talk with you again about the next slide. Oh, there we go. So annually, we have required state and federal program monitoring, and it's to help us address and improve quality in our programs. And so there's an annual assessment of Jumpstart and how we assess quality and performance improvement. There's internal assessments as well as external assessments, and they're based on desired result developmental profiles. Those are assessment of children's as well as parent surveys. There is the parent survey evaluation that we give out every year that's anonymous, so parents can let us know how we're doing. And then we also have QCVC, so quality counts of Ventura County. So it's a class assessment, and the class assessment was done for all of our programs. Well, 6 of the programs this year. 1 was done last year for the class assessment. And then Jumpstart staff, and then Board of Education, so Board of Trustees approval, but it's actually for input if desired of our strategy or timeline for quality and performance improvement. So our plan, our main areas of focus, and essentially what we're trying to do is to build capacity for more inclusive environments and in specific ways. So the assessments gave us this information in percentages, if that makes sense. So the top 3 items that we need to improve is first with our families, and what they are looking for is to understand more about our staff, to understand more about their qualifications and how they are working with their young children. And also they want to understand more about our developmental play-based environment, which is something that California and other states are focused on when it comes to learning with young children. We're focused on improvement with our staff. So we want to increase and provide ongoing training to strengthen their understanding and implementation of emergent curriculum. So basically working with the groups of children that they have and supporting the strengths that they have and building upon those strengths, as well as providing more effective inclusive strategies and techniques. So understanding more about how to have and improve our inclusive environments. We want to help them improve understanding completion of their position responsibilities. So that sounds a little dry, but essentially the staff that really understand what they need to do in order to be engaged in their position and good at their job, I think makes a big difference to the day-to-day lives of children and staff, and also to utilize reflective practices. So what we want is to be able to discuss with staff on how to be more reflective about what's happening, if it's effective, and how they can improve performance, but also recognize their own biases, recognize what they might come to school with every day and how that affects the children that they're working with. And then with administration, myself as well as site leaders, to modify the school sites so that we can maintain our enrollment, but also increase our enrollment if possible. So have less sites potentially, but better sites and more full, and then vary our contact approaches to increase parental involvement. So for example, our PAC meetings, there is like a steady flow of 10 to 15 parents who come every time, but out of families where we could have potentially 250 families, it's not a lot of families who are engaged in driving, let's say, agendas and improvements and change. So this year, we were, I would say audited, but we were assessed by CLASS, which is a class assessment scoring system. And so we had a coach through VCOE, and essentially the assessment that we focused on, it applies ongoing classroom improvement that's data driven. So we want to make sure that we're looking at the data that we're getting, and that helps us to amplify the impact, change things in the classroom when we need to, and really focus on the things that are working, and then change things that aren't working. So focus on high quality interactions. One of the main issues sometimes we have in our classrooms is that we want to have really quality interactions with the children. We want to go deep when it comes to questions that we're having with the children, allowing them to expand, to create hypotheses, to fail if possible, and then try to learn from that with teachers' assistance, and create a shared understanding of quality. So have common language, common knowledge, common understanding, and ask questions when we don't understand. Measure the quality of the interactions to create a system that enables the data-driven improvement. And strengthen teaching quality through tailored and individualized professional development. So we sort of have this blanket across the board stuff that we have to do in training every year, but what we want to do is take a look at and say, okay, what are you strong in, and can you share that information? And what are you strong in, and can you share that information? And then what do we all need to improve in, and where do we go to get that training, if you will? So we achieved top scores at 5 of our sites. So we received a 5. 5 is the top score. And then at one of our sites, we received a 4. And that 4 was based on a lack of documentation for what we call ages and stages questionnaires, which we have to give for all our children within 30 days. And these questionnaires, for various reasons, were given within 60 days. You can't really change the fact that it wasn't given within the 30 days. So, and what these questionnaires, they're just universal screeners. So parents fill them out, and we take a look at them to say, okay, what children may need support in different areas. And so that we will, and so that's how detailed the assessments are. They really take into account many aspects of the program, and so you have to really be performing at a high standard to be able to achieve a 5. So we're very proud of our sites for achieving this.
The 30-day follow-up, was it done in 32 days, 40 days, not done at all?
It was done in 60. So they handed them out in the first 60 days. We start in August, so they didn't get the ASQ questionnaires out to families who had asked for them, because families can decline. We don't want them to decline, but they can. So we have to get them out and then have a system in place that has them come back to us. So what was missing really was this system. The system is, okay, we hand them out within 30 days, and then we follow the system to make sure we're getting them back, because they have to be scored by parents and by staff. And then if there's children who are in gray areas, black areas, that's our follow-up. We follow up to say, okay, they may need referrals, they may need outside resources, they may need support. So if they're not given out, let's say at the beginning of school, we sort of miss a huge opportunity to be able to help families and children right away when they first enter. So they gave them out within 60 days and then didn't have a system for knowing if they were coming back or not. So some came back, some didn't come back. So that was the reason for not having a 5 score. So we have some top priorities, and yes, they're generalized on one hand. On the other hand, one of our assessments, the desired results, a developmental profile that we assess all our children on, they look specifically at these top 9 areas, if you will, qualities of a program. And you'll see in the next slide that the things that we are focused on are embedded right in these 9 qualities, which is developmentally appropriate, emergent, and inclusive curriculum. So we want to make sure that we are constantly looking at our curriculum, that we have a framework and we have standards that we're meeting, and that the teachers are able to do this. Also, effective assessment of the overall program, individual classrooms and children's learning. We want that constant feedback to say, are we hitting our goals? Are we meeting our goals, hitting our targets? Strong family partnerships. I think we try to create a bridge between us and families, and I think there's an ongoing group of families that come into the program and an ongoing group of families that are moving out of the program. So my goal is to create a system for tracking that and trying to find out like what's happening, where are they going, why are they going. Right now we don't really have anything in place, so we're going to try to figure that out. And then strong management policies and administrative practices, so really coming up with systems that support the program, the overall program. So our next steps, we want to apply our gained knowledge from all our assessments. We want to create dynamic paradigm shifts. We want to continue to take a look at what's working and what's not. We're going to get rid of it and build something new. Second, build on the current program to continue to strengthen our educational outcomes. So we are assessing the children. There are educational outcomes that we are looking at. It's different than you might look at with higher ed, but they are clear and they show us whether we're doing what we need to do to support children. So we want to provide developmentally appropriate, play-based, and inclusive early ed to young children with disabilities and just inclusion in general. And then building on program-based coaching, so what class provides is embedded instruction, and so we had a coach who coached us throughout the year for our class assessment. We want to build on program-based coaching and strengthen areas of concept development with children, quality of feedback, and language modeling. So those were 3 areas in working with children that we really needed to strengthen. So we did okay, but areas where we really could work in a deeper way with children and create better outcomes. Thank you.
I had a question. So going back a couple of slides, and you don't have to move it, Greg, but let's see, where was it? It said using data to drive amplifying your impact. And I was just kind of curious, because we don't talk about this age group very often. So like, what does data look like at this age group in terms of like, what are those assessments looking at, and then how do you use that information to inform your practice?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll use one portion of the class assessment. There is an analyst who comes in and essentially does 4 cycles of observation of teachers, and there are 10 sections for what she's looking for. So within the 4 cycles, it could be a meeting time, it could be an indoor play time, it could be a directed table activity. He is looking for how many times a child is asked who, what, when, where, why questions, and how many times there's reciprocity in a question. So when a child answers a question, did a teacher also then respond? And was there an ongoing back and forth type of a question about a topic or a concept? Again, how many times in a meeting time were children included in the process of looking at data, creating a graph, graphing topics, whether it's how did you get to school, transportation, did you walk, did you take a car, did you take a bus, and why do you think we did that? So really allowing children to think. And so when you're talking about data-driven, they add up the amount of times. There's a percentage in a 15-minute or 20-minute period, and then it puts you into a low, a mid, or a high range. And if you're in a low range, there are very specific then strategies about what to do and how to do it. And if you're in a high range, but you're in a low range somewhere else under concept development, what can you do that you did here in this area that you can then apply to a different area? So there's also strategies to improve outcomes, if that makes sense.
Well, and then also congratulations
Thank
on the
you. Thank
5
you.
out of 5 fives. We won't talk about the 4.
Yeah.
We don't talk about Don't tell us which site. I don't want to know.
We've got one site whose like heads are hanging, but no, they did well. It's just not.
I'm just totally kidding.
Yeah, I
but
understand.
also, you just you exude so much competence in what you do, and so thank you. Like I can just tell that this is something you do really, really well, and
Thank you.
It's wonderful to have somebody come and present with so much knowledge and experience. So, especially because, like I said, we don't talk about this age group a whole lot, and so to be able to trust that, like, you know what you're doing, and you seem to be working really well with the staff. So,
Thank you. I appreciate
thanks.
that. Thank you. And I have a good staff. I have a good team. They support me well. So thank you.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I mean, I've had parents of kids going through this program saying how awesome it is and how well it set up their child to be successful in our district. So I just want to mention that you're all doing a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, the same. I have 2 friends who are in the program, and they're very thankful for the program, and they only have good things to say about it.
No, I'm so happy to hear that. Sometimes I don't get that feedback. I get the evaluation survey from parents, but generally they're not saying great program. They're like, do this, do that, so it's really nice to hear this part of it too. Thank you.
Well, you don't always hear the good, so we thought we'd
Yeah,
throw
thank
some
you
your
very
way.
much.
So
I do appreciate it.
thank you.
It's okay. Thank you very much for having me. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mhm.
Okay, moving on to the consent calendars, item 1A through C10. Does anybody have anything they want pulled from the consent calendar for individual discussion?
Yes. And I apologize for not getting this to you first, but item C1, the Civic Center facility use rates. Just have a question about it.
Just have a question so we can talk about it real quick and then maybe to throw it. Okay.
So my question is, in the past, VEP had the same rate as like the school district employees. I know this because I used to be VEP president, right? So they got charged for custodial fees and that sort of stuff, but not because they're essentially us, right? So I was just curious because it wasn't called out in this. I wanted to ask where they fall.
If you could clarify, VEP?
Our foundation.
It's the Ventura Educational Partnership.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, okay. So yeah, it would be treated like a nonprofit, and so they wouldn't be charged a standard rate.
Okay, so that was my question, because in the past, they were not charged the nonprofit rate. They were charged like the internal rate. And so that is a question, because it is they only raise money to give to us.
We'll take care of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just wanted to, if we can fix that, then we're good to go.
If there are no other questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay. Item 17, board reports, and you might see that we've put on here a thing about ad hoc committees, so the ad hoc committees have a chance to report, and just to remind us that our ad hoc committees need to report. So we'll start with...
And Dr. Dannenberg, just as a note, given that this is a new practice, we have a small array of ad hoc committees, just to be mindful that some of these committees deal with highly confidential and time-sensitive information. Others are not of that nature. So just please use your discretion in terms of the information that is shared with the public. Thank you.
So I haven't had any ad hoc committee meetings since our last one, right? Because we had our, but I did have a question about this because I was wondering, do we want to submit just like a written summary, or is the intention that it would just be a verbal report?
Yes, the intention that would be verbal, yes. Just like our general board reports are.
Do you have any other things to report? Okay, Mr. Forsythe?
Well, not within it'd have to be confidential, that ad hoc committee.
Well, but we can say that we had the meeting. So
yeah, you can state that you met.
We had the ad hoc committee on the PLA. I can't remember what date it was, but we had the meeting.
Yeah, and
that was a blur. So.
and as part of that ad hoc committee, we basically are meeting with our attorney and Dr. Castro to talk about the ongoing negotiations with the labor unions on this issue. So, we're making slow but steady progress, we think. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Forsythe? Any other board report?
No.
Okay. Mr. Peterson?
No, we're just looking at the surveys is the only update we got from our ad hoc committee. That was the only, I think that's the only difference that,
tomorrow.
Yeah. So, and then we're doing future too right now?
No, but reports.
Okay.
17.
Okay. And I've already talked about our role in the ad hoc committee. So coming events, Dr. Castro.
Well, this is an amazing time of year, but it's also a brief time of year in terms of upcoming events because it's summer. So July 4th, the district is closed. However, we have a whole bunch of individuals who are representing our district at the street fair. Thank you to those of them who are giving up their time on a holiday with their families to represent the district and put us in the most positive light possible. From what I gleaned from last year, it was a really productive event, lots of public contacts and a lot of goodwill, and we continue to demonstrate to the community that we're here and open, and can't wait to have them be a part of us. We have the looking way ahead in August. Celebrate event is August 13th, and then looking forward to our first day of school on August 14th. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just had one other coming event. You guys may be aware, X Games is coming to Ventura this weekend. And if you have a chance, Buena High School Woodshop and their art program created this really spectacular ramp that's going to be on display on Main Street. And so you can look at it there. And then I think they're moving it to the facility.
June 27th at 5 o'clock, the community will have a chance to actually use the ramp and participate in a community event. And then, yes, they're moving it into the X Games event itself. And then it will become a piece of art that will be centered in different places around our community afterwards. It turns from a ramp into a little boat. Yeah. So it's kind of neat.
Yeah, it's super cool. And it's just a wonderful partnership that the district, the city, and X Games has. And really appreciate the opportunity for the kids to shine.
Okay, and then moving on to future board items, the next thing we've got coming up is July 11th, our board self-evaluation. August 29th, the board retreat, study session on the FCMAT report to be determined, and then the historical preservation of Washington School to be determined. Any other requests for future agenda items?
I guess can I quite ask a question about this? I know the FCMAC has been coming up recently, and we, I just kind of want to get a better idea to tell the public, like, when do you think we can expect to have that study session before school starts, that type of thing in the fall?
What I would say is probably within that first portion of the fall, that fall time, because we need to get people back. We need to get apprised of the developments that have taken place over summer, because there is still work being done. We'll have the ability to, Dr. Bayless and his team will be able to ramp up and share the bulk of the work that's been done around the SST and MTSS process. We want to make sure that our staff has the opportunity to provide input into that. We'll know what the rollout looks like, have the communication plan. So there's a lot of, I don't want to say we're not tying bows on things yet, but that is a huge portion of the work that we want to make sure we can roll out and then communicate that out in terms of as a part of an overall overview. We can also put together this subcommittee we'd already reported had met with Mary Samples related to MOE. So we still have more work to do around MOE. So we'll be getting where a lot of us are taking vacations during summer, board members, staff members. So when we can get Mary Samples to come back in, where it aligns with our schedules, we'll be doing that, and we'll be able to report out probably again that early fall time.
All right, thank you.
Board superintendent comments.
I just wanted to say, every year, the end of the school year is kind of a crazy time and like super exhausting, and I don't know how staff does it, to be honest with you. But then you go to the graduations, and it's all totally worthwhile. And this year's graduations were just fantastic. I felt like there were so many great stories of personal triumph, and just that you could see and feel the impact our staff has every day on the kids in our community and the adults in our community. Like when you go to VASE's graduation and you get to hear these incredible stories of people, overcoming trials and tribulations, it's just so reaffirming for the work that we do. And I'm just really grateful, and just wanted to say to all of you, like, I appreciate the work you do to make those moments possible, because I know, like Marianne, it's a huge time suck to do the graduation planning and all of those things, but it matters so much to families, and you can just feel it. And so thank you for all the extra work, and in particular to our TDC Studios folks, thanks for your part in helping people be able to see those stories, because it really makes a big difference.
Yeah, I just want to thank our ESPs, our teachers, our management. I mean, it was a good year, and I thank you. It was tough too. Every year's tough, but we appreciate everything you do. Thank you.
I ditto all those comments, and especially the broadcasting it and the angles that we got from the drone. Like, I thought that was a really nice touch that we did. And the second thing is, for future, if we can just kind of put our heads together, like as a board, like we're getting tighter and tighter about focusing on student achievement and reporting back and decisions that we make. So I want to kind of figure out a way, if we can think about it, of how we can actually, the process of the follow-up process, like we were just talking about earlier today, where we make a decision and then maybe report out 6 months, 9 months. I kind of want to get like a procedure where when we do something, we can expect in 6 months, where we can say, oh, we know in 6 months we're going to get a report out on this decision that we made. So, it takes time to develop that stuff, or a calendar or something, because like I would put it in my phone, but then let's say I'm not here, and then I don't say, oh, next week, we're going to follow up, because I think, I feel as a board, like we're getting more focus on things, and that now we can start seeing the results of the decision that we're making. So to me, it's exciting, but I just kind of want to formalize it, where we say, when we make a certain type of decision, whatever as a board we decide, that we know we're going to get the result of that decision in 6 months and 3 months or 9 months, just to make it more of a formal process. So something just to think about in the future.
And I'll just share so we don't let the moment pass. We have our board retreat coming up in August. That would definitely be when we're talking about vision, mission. That's one piece, but not even waiting for that. We periodically revisit as staff our governance calendar. In anticipation of that board retreat, we'll take a look at our governance calendar and start to pull out where some natural places along the year would be for those kinds of updates.
I just would like to really commend our schools, all of our schools, on the job they're doing. As Sabrina said, when you go to the graduations, I mean, that's what we're all about, getting these students through school, kindergarten or even preschool, through at least the 12th grade and many into the adult years. So It's just an amazing thing to see, and we're blessed, I think, as a community to have such good, dedicated educators and support staff for all of our students. So thank everybody, and again, thank TDC Studios for all they do for making sure that we get the word out, and including filming our board meeting. So thank you. And Dr. Castro, anything else?
I'll just echo what's been stated. This time of year, I've had the opportunity to meet with several staff teams. What comes across in those meetings is there's an absolute passion from our staff who care deeply. They care deeply enough to give up their time to sit and meet, to talk about the things that perplex them, the things that they care about, to provide input. So there's a level of trust and respect, and I think mutual admiration in terms of the challenges that we face, but also the opportunities and the way that we go about doing our business. And it feels, it's just, it's a real humble feeling to sit with a team that has the opportunity to sit side by side with our staff that serves our community. So thank you for everything that you do to support what we do. And we're looking forward to, in some ways, some of us have a little bit more of a restful summer than others not so much. But for those who have an opportunity just to even reflect, appreciate it's a good time for reflection, and we look forward to the start of the next school year.
I assume there is no need to go back into closed session?
No, sir.
With that, I will call for an adjournment. A motion for adjournment?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.